Oh my. What's up, Sergeant Grass? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. Henrik, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Mr. Cleveland himself, how you doing, buddy? Logan, what's going on? CMJ. Lucifer, how you doing? Thanks for coming, guys. We're going with the peanut butter chocolate. Oh man, how's everyone's weekend going so far? Yeah, Turner, that was funny. My printer also does that. A little bit of percussive maintenance will fix it right up. Sometimes. So there's that wall I was telling you guys about last night. Well, at least the top half of it. You can see. I thought it would look cool over in that corner. Like the gaps weren't so bad, and I was like, "Oh, that wouldn't be bad." And then as I moved over, and things got more warped, and then everything compounded onto it. But nice, Turner. Nice. I just got some junky one you buy at Walmart. Like, I don't know, $50 or whatever. It's usually cheaper to just go buy a new printer than it is to buy ink anymore. Or at least it used to be. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while. It's these gaps, like here and up here, that bother me. And then there's a huge gap right here that you can't see because I stuck a filler strip in it. So, with the next myth busting project, buying ink or buying a new printer. JD, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I'm not too angry about it. Although this wall will be the only from this window over here. You guys might not even be able to see it. From that window there. Get this thing to stay put. It's just going to be from that window down to the corner. I'm going to finish that up the way it is. I'll try to minimize the gaps as much as I can, but yeah, that's how you can see I started putting stuff up there to see if it would distract from the gaps. Um, but I'll finish this wall up the way it is, and then everything else I'll rip straight edges on all the cedar, and then do like a half-inch shiplap with like a quarter-inch gap, so that way all the gaps look the same. In theory, it should work, and it should account for wood movement. So if the wood's gonna shrink, it shouldn't show anything behind like the insulation. It shouldn't show any of that. Yeah. Got my little gnome hung up there, right in front of the door. Like you open the door, you see it. I like it. Yeah, I don't think the cedar will be too bad in here though. I think it'll work out nice. I just have to not get ahead of myself. I got to remember that I have to run some power wires and some lighting. So I haven't put the box in yet. So I need to at least get wires ran over to here and label them so I know where they go before I go putting everything up. Because fishing that junk up behind there is kind of a pain in the ass. A gnome named Norm. So this is what we'll be working with today. You guys can't see it real well yet, but I got some maple here. And then over here I got some black walnut chunks, slabs. Although the heater kicked down, it seems to think that it's warm in here. It is definitely not. That's alright. It's cold outside. It is brutally cold. It's definitely not hoodie weather, that's for sure. I wear a hoodie all the time. What's up, Villigrins? How you doing? Thanks for coming. All right. Now that we have the warm-up drink going, I suppose we might as well get started, eh? So, I am going to have to make a little bit of noise. I was going to pre-cut everything and just do an assembly style live today, but I got distracted and I didn't. So, we're going to have to run the table saw. We're not going to run the planer, but we will run the jointer. And then we're going to do some router work, if time allows. And yeah, I think that'll be about all the tools that we need. Sander, obviously. Does anybody know what blind dovetails and box joints are? For those that don't, a box joint is basically square cuts, and they mesh together, right? A dovetail is the same square cut, but they're not square. They're shaped kind of like a wedge. Meets another piece that's shaped like a wedge to fill the hole. So that's a dovetail. A blind dovetail is the same thing, right? That wedge shape, but it only goes through on one side of the board, on one corner. So you can have this side not have, this side doesn't get cut all the way through, but this side has dovetails cut and it sets down in. So from one side it looks like one piece of wood, and then from that side you can see the dovetails. I'm not sure what I want to do for putting this maple together. If I want to do a simple 45 joint with little splines in it, maybe some black walnut little splines in it, or do a blind dovetail or a box joint. So maybe we'll do a poll. The dude, yeah. I drank a lot last night, so I'm gonna ease up on the drinking a little bit today. Who am I kidding? I'm gonna drink a lot today, but I need to get something other than other than beer and whiskey in me, and coffee. All right. What joint should we use? So we'll go with blind dovetail box joint or 45 miter with contrasting spline things. There we go. We're going to make a display case, a knife display case for Matthew. So we're going to make a box with a back. We'll put some sort of fabric in there on the backer. We're going to make a box out of maple. We're going to do shelving out of black walnut. And then we're going to do a lid out of maple as well, but it's going to have it's just going to be a frame and have a piece of glass in it. So, I might have I don't have any, like, oh, I do have a couple of pieces. All right, so, those aren't blind. Okay. Of course, these won't fit together. So this would be a blind dovetail. All right. So you have one piece that, that's a dovetail joint right there. All right. And the other piece, this is done with a router, right? The other piece, you do the dovetail, but you don't go all the way through. So this piece will fit in there. So from one side, obviously it'd fit in better. One side it looks like nothing, and the other side you would see the dovetails, except they would be made the right size. And and then dovetail would obviously be two of those. They would nest together. We're not going to do that today because I have to hand cut half of that, and I don't really want to make you guys watch me hand cut dovetails for 2 hours. But a box joint, I don't think I have any. A box joint is the same thing, except for they're not tapered. They are just square, and then the other piece would come in. Right? It wouldn't be a blind like this. You would see the end grain like that on both sides. I like blind dovetails for if I'm doing things like like drawers. So I don't like the way the dovetail looks if it's showing through the front of the drawer. So I'll do a blind dovetail, and then the front, you won't see it. The front will be uninterrupted. None of that matters if you put a different cover on it or a different piece on the front of it, but I don't typically do that. I typically make my drawer to look pretty. So, a blind dove. I will do any of these, the box joint, the blind dovetail. Those I have a jig for, or a router jig to do them. So they take a little bit of setup to get them right, but then it's just smooth sailing. So they don't take terribly long. The 45 miter takes a little bit to finesse the miter, but grass, I don't know if I could do a blind box joint. I mean, I probably could. I probably could. So with a router bit, so a router's bit spins, right? Obviously, so you get a rounded back. And then on the other side, you would have, a rounded face and or mating surface. So I would imagine that if I got the distance between this surface and that round over just right, it could nest together and hide that rounded edge there and do a blind box joint. I've never done one. I'll have to play with that. Country Carpenter, what's going on, buddy? Appreciate you coming in. So if we do blind dovetails, which I'll look at the poll here in a little while. If we do blind dovetails, I'll do the dovetails on the left and right sides, and the top and bottom I'll do the blinds. The side that you don't see poking through. Just because I imagine it's going to sit, upright. So you would see the dovetail looking at it from the side. One day I'll do a video on hand cutting dovetails. But there's so many videos out there now with people who do them way more than I do. So if you really want to watch somebody hand cut them, Rex Kruger, I believe is his channel name. He's a hand tool guy. He everything he does is with hand tools, hand planes, hand saws, he chisels everything, all that. I believe he's got a couple videos of cutting dovetail joints. And I'm sure there's a boatload others. I just can't think of any offhand. But so we'll let that run for a bit, and then we'll get around to that. It doesn't rightly matter until we get our pieces cut. So we will have to do, like I said, we will have to do some noisy bits. Oh, here's closer. These two pieces fit together better. You wouldn't have that gap, obviously, but that's what you would see from one side, and then that's what you would see from the other. See if I can't pull that out. There you go. It would look like that, which may or may not be visible to you guys. Yeah. Anyway, skid steer's stuck. Well, that's no good. How'd you get your skid steer stuck? Grass, I could. I could square it off. I could use I'd have to set up a stop for a bit with a bearing on it, so that when the bearing hits the stopper, it would, not cut any further. So then I could square it up. But I'd have to put the stopper in so that way the box joint actually lined up, or at least close to it, It can be proud, but you don't want it to be shallow of the other piece, because proud you can clear off. Shallow means you're going to have to fill it or do a lot of sanding or trimming. But proud you can scrape that off, trim it off, whatever. You're right, I could do that. I never thought about that. Maybe I'll have to play around. 'Cause then then I'm not actually cutting an entire joint. I'm just squaring it off, which I square off, routed stuff all the time. Me too, Grass. Me too. I know just enough to get myself in trouble. So here I've got some 8/4 maple. Inch. An inch is 4/4, so this will be 2 inch. Plain down is probably a little less. Let's measure it and find out. Yeah, we're inch and 3/4, inch and 3/4. All right, so what I need to do is I need to figure out how deep I want my box. And then over here, probably off camera, over there, is a chunk of 8/4 walnut. Right about there. Whoop, right about there. So I need to decide how deep I want my box, and since he's going to be putting in pocket knives, I'll probably go with something shallow. Giggity. Mr. Matthew, how you doing, buddy? Appreciate you popping in. But I'll probably go with something shallow, maybe 3 inches. Because then about 3/8 or 3/16 of an inch in, we're going to put a dado. And then we're going to put in a piece of backer plyboard, 1/8 inch backer, or 1/4 inch backer. Because the backer doesn't have to look pretty, it's just going to get covered up anyway. And then, so average, yeah. So we'll probably do 3 inch, and then we'll probably build the lid separately. Because it's probably only going to be, 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch thick. But it's going to have a piece of glass in it. And probably locator pins so that you can set the pins down on, or hinges or something. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to attach the top yet, the lid, if I'm going to attach it. Probably should, so it doesn't fall off. What's up, Upstate? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. No, I'm not going to use plexiglass. I'm going to use an actual sheet of glass. That way, because plexiglass will scratch up over time, and glass is a little more resilient. It's more fragile, but I don't know. Don't play baseball with it, I guess. I mean, makes sense. So we'll probably end up doing 3 inch. And then I'm going to have to rip them down to, I think I want 1/2 inch pieces, 1/2 inch stock, like a 1/2 inch, thick. So we'll probably go something like an 1/8 inch over half so that I can run it across the jointer, make sure everything's smooth. Because these particular pieces of maple, while they're not as figured as that spalted maple that I was playing with the other day for my jig display case, which was going to go on this wall, but it's now going to go over there. There is grain that's going both directions. You guys probably can't see that at all. Carry this big old thing over here. So, I get it. You can see how there's grain going both directions here, right? So if I run it this way across the jointer and the blades are spinning that way, it can dig underneath that and chunk it off. And if I run it this way, it can dig underneath it and chunk it off. And we really want to avoid that as much as possible. I'm sorry, running it through the planer, rather. The planer's a little more aggressive than the jointer. But the jointer, I can micro adjust to take just the smallest bites. It's loud and obnoxious and annoying to run it, 43 times, but it is what it is. I said contracting splines on that. Good lord. What a moron. That was supposed to be contrasting splines. Walnut and the splines would be black walnut. Or maple and the splines would be black walnut. Fucking autocorrect loves to make me look intelligent, I guess. Hey, Beck, what the hell, man? What's the matter with you? Like a child. Alright, let me get this all set up here. We're going to make some noise. Oh. And then I think... No, it's not a genuine question that inspires truth. It's an ignorant question that inspires stupidity. Stop being stupid. You're a terrible troll. Grow up and learn how to troll better, and you won't get trolled back. What you should do is you should spend some time in Call of Duty lobbies from back in the day, and maybe you'll learn something. Yeah, autocorrect loves to make people look dyslexic. Alright, so we're going to have to make some noise, and I apologize. So this thing's going to be running a bit. I'll try to put you guys back here a little so that you can at least see what I'm doing. Yeah, COD loot lobbies are brutal. That's where you learn to troll when you're, my age anyway. It was my first experience at trolling. And people would hurt your feelings. Not only would they hurt your feelings, but they would hurt your mom's feelings too. Let's see if I can move you guys a little closer so you can see what I'm doing, and I can kind of read chat. I had a drink. Oh. Alright, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go with a 3-inch we're going to go with 3-inch wide or 3-inch depth. Alright, this is not going to be fun for my saw. This maple is really hard. This maple here is really hard. But we're going to try to do it nice and slow and not burn the wood. We'll see how the first cut goes. I may end up having to do it in multiple passes. Yeah, they did. They went after everything. I still remember. I remember the days when you had like the option to have just a mic, and the audio would come through the TV. Um, and so the trolls, everybody in the room would hear the trolls, because mic audio is 10 times louder than, or chat audio is 10 times louder than the game noise. And I remember my mom hearing some of those trolls. And I remember her yelling at me for how I was talking to him. Right, Grass? Alright, so I have my fence set up, so this gap here is 3 inches. Let's double check it just to make sure, just in case my fence moved. And we are still right at 3 inches on the top and the center, so. And we're still at 3 inches in the front. I'm not going to pull the riving knife to measure the back. I'm just going to assume that it's square. So I kicked the back side of my fence out away from the blade, so my fence is at an angle, right? So I kick it out about a 1/16 of an inch, if that, because that way, as the wood's going through the fence, like the wood's getting cut by what this says right here, but when it gets up here, there's a little bit of wiggle room so that the wood doesn't get bound up and kick back and punch me in the face or whatever. I find it is a much nicer way to help reduce kickback, and it doesn't really affect my cut. Now, the one thing that does happen is if you look here, you can see there's like cross hatching up through here. You got cut marks going that way and cut marks coming this way, right? So that is from the sawmill. They have their saw set perfectly straight with whatever fence they use, okay? Which is fine. They don't have to worry about kickback. I like my face and my ribs. Michael, I will take your I'll take your word for that, because well, I don't know. But based on the people that I follow on YouTube, I don't know, they might, the military guys might they might have started becoming cod people. Yes, and their saw does have wider gap teeth. Yep. And typically they're using like a giant bandsaw. But this, I mean, you can see that it's curved. If I can get it to, you can see that's curved. That's not a bandsaw. That's definitely a blade, a round blade. So, yep, crappy trolls. That is what it is, though. So, all right, I'm gonna get these cut. We're gonna see here. I'll probably do 2 of them. I should be able to get at least 3 pieces out of each 3-inch chunk when I resaw it. I got to get a blade for my little bandsaw, because resawing it on a bandsaw is way better than on the table saw, but it is what it is. I just keep forgetting to get a blade. So I'm going to do 2 sets of them, and that'll give me a couple of extra pieces that I can use for setting up the router jig, because it looks like we're going to be doing blind dovetails, and it'll give me pieces if something goes wrong. So I'll have a couple of extras. So we're going to get this going. We'll be turning on the noise here. So yeah. We're going to do it in 2 passes. Right where that grain direction changed, it got real tight. So we're going to do it in 2 passes and see if I can avoid burning it. Now, burning it's not bad. That's easy to get rid of. You know, run it across the jointer. It's super easy. And we want to run it across the jointer anyway to get rid of saw marks. So. So there's trying to do it all in one cut with, you can't see the grain change on that one. There's doing it in 2 passes. There was the other side of that burn. Right there, you guys can see that, is where that grain was changing. And it got real hard. It got real hard to push the blade through. And in fact, you can see right here, see this like circle where my blade did that? It like wobbled. So we'll take that out with the jointer. But we got our pieces cut to 3-inch. We're not going to run that through the jointer yet. We'll wait. We'll run each individual piece through. Now we're going to have to take this and we want 1/2 inch wide, a little over 1/2 inch wide pieces. I'm going to go 1/2 inch and a 1/16. So what is that, 9/16? I want to try to avoid having that burn. You can hear when it's going to burn, it's beating up the saw. You can hear it change pitch on how it's cutting. And then that generally means you have to slow down. You're trying to feed it too fast. But when you slow down, you spend more time with that blade rubbing on the wood in one spot, and then you get burning. So we're going to drop this down. About there. Make sure we're locked. Weekend at Bernie's saw blades. How you doing, Trudge? Thanks for coming in. Alright, I'm going to go thread and rip all these into my widths that I need. So I should be getting about 6 and then have a little bit left over that I'll use for something. You never know when you need a super thin piece for a back of a little box or something. Matthew, appreciate you here lurking around, buddy. off on my estimating. We are about a blade width shy of getting 3 pieces out of each one. So, we're not making them that long. So we'll cut a couple of pieces to use as test pieces, setup pieces. Alright. Now, I could cut the black walnut while I have the table saw out. Okay. For that, I also need about a 1/2 inch thick piece, maybe a little shy. Let me look at chat here since I wasn't really paying attention. Mr. John, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. Menopause, oh Lord. I am so sorry. For a drawer. Trudge, good luck if you're still here. Good luck on filling your deer tags, buddy. All right. So, I suppose before I put this away, I should cut up the walnut. Now this, I think I'm just going to rip strips off of it here and stick with this thickness, which is 1 3/4 inches. I haven't rightly decided how I'm going to attach it to the box yet. But what I was thinking about doing was a dovetail slot come in from, the back of the box, right? Let me get a little closer for you guys. Come in from the back of the box and come in a little bit, make my dovetail slot on the end of the shelf piece on this end, cut a dovetail into it with the router bit so that the shelf slides in from the back and is locked in, and that'll also give it rigidity. Alex, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I got my thumb right on the tip, just that little cut right there. Man, most awkward space. Every time I moved my thumb, it just wouldn't stop bleeding. That was cleaning the planer. Was wiping the rollers off and cleaning the blades off, and I made the mistake of sliding along the blade, and well, that was stupid. So I don't recommend doing that. And I had a paper towel that I was cleaning with, but the paper towel obviously doesn't stop. If the blades can cut through wood, they're not going to get stopped by a paper towel. The only issue I have with doing the dovetail slots is from the back. You would see that dovetail, that joint. There would be a hole here. Now, I could fill it with pieces of maple. I could cut like a piece that's that same size and fill it and then cut it off like I do with dowels. The other thing that I could do is I could just route a groove here and make a tongue on the end of the board and slop them together, so that way they there's no gap here and no gap anywhere else. Electrical tape and super glue. I've got super glue in that cabinet, and I've got electrical tape in that box right there. And my camera thing came loose. There we go. Unless you're talking about something else, and then, I mean, yes, electrical tape does wonders, but I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, I'm going to rip a couple of chunks off of this. We're going to go exactly a 1/2 inch. I don't know if I can run this across the jointer without it tearing out. We'll go the same. We'll go 1/2 inch. How long is this? Might be able to get 2 shelves out of one. So I'm thinking about just doing like a 16 by 16 box. So we could do 17 by 17 or even 18 by 18. Just leave me a couple inches of offcut, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Maya, how you doing? Glad you could stop in. Appreciate you coming. We'll see how it looks running it across the jointer. If it starts tearing out real bad, I'll just double-sided sticky tape them to the table and sand them. We'll see. So I'll cut. I'll probably do 2 or 3 passes. Cut 2 or 3 chunks off of here and go from there. Alright, I'm going to run a loud saw here for another minute. Bear with me, guys. In fact, I'm going to bump you guys back here. And you can watch this sawdust turn brown. I don't know. Something to watch, I guess. There you go. There's a bunch of brown sawdust on the floor. Silly Wabbit, how you doing? Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. I got walnut sawdust all over me. I'm sorry, black walnut sawdust. There's the difference between walnut and black walnut. Is Mrs. T in here? Did I miss her? Oh my, I've been moving snow around, huh? Super glue's bad for cuts. I use it all the time. Please stay away from the glue. Man glitter. Yep. Oh, okay, silly rabbit. So this is a dovetail, okay? And the other piece would match that. We're not going to do that because I have to hand cut at least one side of that. A blind dovetail is that. So you don't have the dovetail showing through on one side, but you have it on the other side. And one side is rounded. So it nests together. I mean, obviously there wouldn't be gaps, but it nests together so you see the dovetails on one side, but you don't from the other. Okay. And a box joint is that, but they're square. And, you know, there you see that, you see end grain on both sides. So there would be end grain here from the other piece. And a 45-degree miter would obviously be just cutting that to a 45-degree, making the other one 45-degree, attaching them together, and then cutting little slots in it, little splines, and putting in a piece of something like black walnut to contrast with the maple that we're using, because well, that makes a nice contrast. And that is the extent of my color expertise. Is black walnut with maple is a great contrast. So yes, dovetail is stronger than square. Absolutely. But because I have to hand cut, Wabbit, not really. The type of wood doesn't really make a difference. You generally don't use dovetails on stuff that's soft like pine, just because pine will compress. But on a hardwood, dovetails and box joints are just fine. Box joints, you don't have to really worry so much about compression. What I mean about compression is that angled piece, if there's a lot of pressure being put on it, they'll eventually just kind of mush and they won't be angled anymore and it'll start opening up. Yes, dovetail is in quality furniture. Well, it used to be quality. Now there's jigs and stuff that we can make dovetails with. But my jig doesn't make through dovetails like that. I can do that and join, you know, two pieces of wood together like that if I wanted to, which I've done before. Connect two different types of wood, like black walnut and maple. You know, put a chunk of black walnut in something and then, you know, maple on both sides or whatever. The ones that take the longest is doing the hand cut dovetails. Like I can use my router jig and I can do one side. and then I have to transfer that to the other piece. You know, I got to put them together and transfer that. Well, that's kind of what a dovetail looks like. Hang on. Oh, that one won't go together like that. So you'd have end grain on one side and end grain on the other. Same with a box tail or box joint. End grain on one side, end grain on the other, just squared. I'm sure you can buy a jig that can do the mating side of that dovetail, but my jig doesn't. It doesn't allow you to put a piece in this way, and I cut it with a router bit. So if I'm not going across the board, it rounds, right? So to do the blind dovetail, you do that on one side, and you got that rounded bit there, and then they go together. And once they go together, this piece covers that rounded over bit, so nobody even knows it's there. But box joints, blind dovetails, I can do those pretty quick. I just have to set up my jig. And but through dovetails takes me a minute. Floater frames. I'm not sure what you mean by a floater frame. And I had a typo on my pole there, so it was supposed to be contrasting, not contracting. So there's that. And it definitely looks like we will be doing blind dovetails so far. But so there's going to be my shelf pieces. Wood that surrounds the frame, not really a frame. Yeah, John, but that antique furniture is different than our current pine and poplar. The woods that we have now, actually, I might have... I don't know if you guys can see the grain on that. This is a piece of pine. This is an old pine. So you see how tight that grain is? It's real close together. Of course, I don't have any. See how big that grain is? Pine. New pine, old pine. So this isn't going to hold up as near as well as the older stuff, which is why barnwood is so popular to get a hold of, because it's not fast growth like this. Although that's kind of cool. It's got this like puncture through it. I don't know what that's all about, but that looks kind of nifty. So that wood in between, that lighter wood in there, that's the softer bit of wood. That darker strip of wood. It's like, what is it? Spring growth, summer growth. Spring growth is the bigger, faster growth. Summer growth is the, less water, hotter temperatures and stuff, so the wood grows a little slower. I think that's what the anatomy of a ring is. It could be winter growth, but I don't think it's winter growth. Well, but I'm going to have to look into that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I've ever made anything like that. But so fast production. This is construction lumber. This is that pressure treated stuff. So. And you can't even see the grain. I guess you can see it a little bit on that black walnut. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. I never knew that. Or is that what you're talking about? Like a floating... like you got your picture, and then there's just kind of like a floating frame there? Like it's attached to the wall, but not to the picture? Yeah, some of that old stuff is really, really hard. Um, Pardon me. Fast spring to early summer, slows down summer to early fall. Okay. That's what I thought. It doesn't make sense to have growth rings in the winter because they're not really grown in the winter. But that makes sense. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. I will try to remember that, but the way my brain works, I'll probably won't. Because I'll file it away in that area of the brain that I never forget, and then it'll get replaced with something. Alan, how you doing, buddy? Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. So I have... This is my favorite piece of black walnut that I've ever gotten. And it was a big block like that one, that other one that I just cut here. And I've been whittling down on it just because of how that grain looks. I've been using it as like inlay stuff. And this is all I have left. Just this one strip. But that grain is so crazy, you can't run it across a jointer or planer. Not very easily, anyway. Yeah, you get a lot of tear out. But I think it looks... And it looks really good when you put some oil on it or water. But I'm not going to dump water on this because I don't want it to get all crazy. But, my favorite chunk of black walnut that I ever found at the lumber yard. And it was just a big chunk laying off to the side that they had like a $7 price tag on. And I was like, yep, nailed it. Mine. Taking it. I'd really like to get some more of it sometime, but finding stuff like that can be a little tricky sometimes. Alright, so we got all this cut, we got all that cut. I guess what we'll do is we'll break out the jointer and we'll flatten everything. Get rid of saw marks and stuff. And yeah, it's wonderful when you're doing something like, you know, just small inlay work. Hey Robert, we're making a maple and black walnut knife display case. Yes, it is, Grumpy. Yes, it is. We're going to do... Black walnut is going to be the shelf material, and the maple is going to be the frame. I don't know if we will get it all completed today. It may be a... I don't want to keep you guys here all night, but it may be a multi-stream project. We'll probably get everything cut and at least dry fit today. Depending on how it goes, maybe even glued up. But I'm going to finish wax, paste wax the outside to shine it up. And I do still need a table saw. I need to cut grooves for the backer. But I want the outside to be shiny, so I'm going to paste wax it and polish it. But the inside, I think I'm going to use something like just a spray shellac, maybe. I'm not sure if I can... I might have to shellac the entire thing and then wax the outside just so that I don't have any weird color variations. Trudge, it is brutal cold out there today. It is brutal cold. I don't think anybody can blame you for wanting to procrastinate a bit. Before we put the table saw away, no, we'll do that after. We'll do the grooves after we run the jointer. That way we don't have little strips that we're gonna chunk out. Grumpy, what I'm gonna do is, I think out of pieces of this maybe, or I'll just cut up, some more. I have more maple over there, and I have another chunk of maple right here. I'm gonna make a separate lid, and we'll definitely put a groove in there for the glass, and we're gonna assemble it with the glass in it. The glass is in the house, but or a red mark on there. I thought I was bleeding somewhere. So we're gonna make a lid separate. I'm not sure how I want to attach the lid yet. I do have some of those. They're like these little hooks that you cut a tiny little groove in the edge of your wood, right? And you stick this hook in there, and it's got these little teeth that stick out, so it won't pull out, but it'll go in. And it's shaped kind of like a hook. And then on this piece, you cut a little slot, and you put this little cover on it, so it goes on and then pulls down and it locks in place. I thought about doing that. They're a little finicky to put together, but they are nice for all hidden hardware. But then again, doing hinges and a simple latch is always nice, and you can hide them in the wood. They don't have to go all the way through to the outside, so nobody will know they're there, and then the case will open. We'll see. We'll see when I get everything built what I end up with and what strikes us as the proper way to do it. But yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get the jointer out. We'll just kind of push this off to the side. I'll get the table set up to do the jointer. That will also be loud and obnoxious, and I'll have to take really light passes, so I'm going to have to do it a bunch of times. And I need to do all of the pieces the same amount of times, so that I don't have one piece thicker than the other, because that will mess up the joints. Going to drag this off to the side. Get the table set up, clean this sawdust up, or at least move it off to the side. So if you guys are going to be giving your if any of you make stuff, which I encourage you all to do, if you're going to be giving your sawdust away to, farmers or selling it to people or whatever. From what I understand, horses and cows have some kind of a reaction with Michael, that's not a half bad idea. That's not a half bad idea at all. That's really cool. Lucifer, that's funny. But from what I understand, horses and cows, they have some kind of a reaction with black walnut sawdust. But pigs, chickens, things like that apparently don't. I don't know. I give my sawdust to a guy. He dumps it in his pig pen, and he doesn't care what's in it. Um, I separate out everything that's, you know, pressure treated. I throw that out back in the woods. But Robert, French cleats are my personal favorite way to store anything or hang anything on the wall. I love it. That's actually what I'm going to do. Since I was going to do a wall of talent over there, but I think now what I'm going to do is do French cleat storage over there. And I'm going to do my wall back here, right there where that lumber's stacked up currently. Oh, hey guys, here, check this out. Look at what I found. I forgot. Come on. I forgot that I even had this. Look at the grain on that oak. These were one piece, but I pulled it out and it broke apart. So I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm not sure how to highlight or use grain that's circular like that, but yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to figure something out at some point. Alright, so I don't need this chunk of maple yet. We do need this. I'll kick this in onto this side so I can readjust as needed. Maya. Yeah. It's pretty. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it's pretty. But pigs don't? Okay. See, I didn't know if there was any truth to that, Lucifer, or if that's just, you know, one of those things that somebody said and it just became a thing. I've never... 3 computer-looking things on it. My Facebook page has this logo. That logo. That's the picture on my Facebook page. Or you can send it to my email. elegantwoodcraft2024@gmail.com. Yeah, live edge is nice. When I get my... Thank you, Cleveland. I appreciate that. When I get my my black cherry all stacked up in here, my slabs, I'm gonna be, and I have everything else taken care of, and I can take 2 weeks off from doing other orders. I'm going to build my black cherry table, because once I build a table here, that's all I'm going to be building here. So there will be no other projects going on except for maybe a laser job or two. But all right, so let me grab the router, or not the router, the jointer. We're going to clamp that down to the table so it doesn't walk around. Alright, you guys just looking at my big ass head. Apologize for that. really think that I'm going to put in. I really think I'm going to do a leveling pour in here. Just because it would be nice. Either that or that matting, that like work mat. That'd probably work out too. Alright, I'll get you guys repositioned here so you can see what's going on. I'll put you on that side. Just ignore my scrap bin over there. Here, we'll put you up like that. Look at that. Backwards logo. Alright, let's spin this around. About due for these blades to be rotated. Flipped around. They're double-sided blades on here. Right, I kind of like the logo. I did, I got some... I was playing around with some acrylic paints and filling. So this one is UV reactive. Now, obviously, I didn't fill them very well because you can see that these aren't up to level, but these ones are UV reactive, or glow in the dark, I guess would be the right word. I just picked two that glow the same color. You know, this one was white and it glows green, and this one's kind of green and it glows green. I should have picked a different color, but I did learn that I have to spray a sealer in here or it'll soak into the wood a bit and then gets all cracked up like in there. You can see how that's cracked and sunken. So right, Michael? Right? If you don't have a scrap bin, you're not really woodworking, I think. No, I was looking. I have the now the blade's out, but I did roll the blade the other way, so it was covered. But I was looking, and I can see that there's a couple of nicks in the blade on this end. I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah, right now the blade's covered. It's facing this way, so I can. All right, let's see. So we got our black walnut pieces, and we got our maple pieces. Obviously, we haven't cut these down to length yet. Just going to do our passes on the jointer here and flatten everything out. One side of each of these is already flat because I used the piece of wood that I cut was already surfaced on 4 sides. So we're going to assume that's a true edge. So we're going to only flatten one side. And we're going to use that flat side against our fence to square up the other corner and flip it and whatnot. But we will run them all across that way. When we do that, we'll flatten them. That way we're cutting them all to the same depth. Pop that on there so people can see it on my toolbox. What are we talking about? Yes, Maya. Yes, you guys in Janelle's chat were actually really helpful in helping me find a paint that I could use. Oh, okay. All right, Lucifer. Yeah, you guys over in Janelle's chat were really helpful in helping me on figure out what kind of paints that I could use, because a lot of paints, they'll wick into the wood. And then, so you'll have the color, but then you'll have these veins of color going up into it. I can get you some stickers, Lucifer. I can get you some stickers. I don't think I have any right now. I don't think I do. But I do have a Crappy Man Jigs logo up there, or thing up there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Where'd it go? Sit, sit, sit. Dropped it. Broke it. Alright. So first we're gonna flatten one side. Make sure one side is good. This way. We're just going to take one pass across it just to clean it up, make sure it's good on all of them. And then we're going to flatten the side that I cut to get rid of, you know, these little saw marks and stuff. We're going to do that an equal number of passes on all 4 of these boards. And then once everything's squared up, they'll fit together better. And I can put them on and true up both sides to the equal thickness. Yeah, Michael, they do usually sand out unless you have a deep engraving, and then sometimes the sanding makes it worse. Yeah, Lucifer, when I get my next order of stickers done, I'll definitely let you know. Or just send me your address and I'll send you a bunch. Mr. Dave, how you doing, buddy? I appreciate you. Do I make stickers for my stuff only, or do I make stickers for customers? Alex, when I had my stickers, I would put a sticker in with a box, you know, or whatever somebody ordered. You'd get a sticker, and then when I drop the board, yeah, yeah, it'll come out. That's what the tools are for. And then I would give them away. I should have been selling them for, I don't know, $1 a piece or something. But they're just one of those things, like pens. You know, pens that got my name on them and stuff. They're just like a thing you put on a table when you're at a show and people pick one up and go away with it. Maybe they call you, maybe they don't. Maybe they just like to collect stickers on pens. So, let's get this going. Let's see how much I'm going to take off of here. Should be very little. Should be at like a 64th of an inch. It's actually quite a bit. But we'll be alright. I'll take one pass on every board. The reason we're not cutting them down to final size yet is if you cut it down to final size and this is the end of your board and it breaks out right here, now you have to make your board smaller. And your whole project gets smaller. Or you scrap it and, you know, get a new board. But advertising, yep. Alright, I'm gonna make some noise. So give me a couple of minutes and then I'll turn this off and we'll look back at chat here before we move on to flattening the faces of them. All right, so that was 4 passes on each of them. And if you guys were listening to it, you could hear when it cut and when it didn't. Mrs. Turner, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. But you could hear when it would cut and when it didn't. Now the drawback to a small benchtop planer or jointer like this is the distance between the blade and the edge here. So if you have a curved piece of wood, that curve is going to ride this edge. So it'll ride over, and then it'll dig in at the front, and then as the curve picks up, on the board, it won't touch, and then it'll chop off the other end of it. And you can keep doing that, and what you end up with is a wedge on one end and a wedge on the other, and then a thick board in the middle. There is a way around that. So you see everybody builds like miter stations, where they put their miter saw on a bench and it's set down with countertops on both sides. You can do the same thing with a small jointer if you don't have a big floor model. You just have to make sure that your infeed side is adjustable. You need to be able to lower it down or pick it up to match your table. It can get a little complicated, but they do make adjusters like this, right? So you operate it with a hand crank like that, and it'll pick up and down on 4 or 6 or however many of these that you have in. You can get stuff like that to make life easier. Yep, Alex, they are super handy. I like them. I do want a 8 or 10 inch wide. Now so this is a 6 inch wide, so I can pull this off, and I can do an 8 or 10 inch wide board on here, and then I can put it on a sled and run it through the planer, and so this will create a flat face. You make your sled out of something like that white melamine over there, so that it's flat, and the little bit that hangs off of this side, you leave that stick off the side of your melamine, right? So that this flat surface is on your board or sled, and you run that through the planer. What that does is it'll make the other side flat, because it'll reference the bottom, obviously. It'll make that side flat, and then you can flip it and take the sled board off and get rid of that edge that was hanging out. If you're really good and everything is set up perfectly square, you could do up to a 12 inch wide piece on a 6 inch wide jointer. I am not that good. I usually end up with right in the middle, there'll be a gouge, because something is off just enough to kind of come in at an angle a little bit. So oh, is it Mexican date day? Yep, Alex, it's really good on moldings that have dings and dents in it. Yep. All right, so that was all those. So these sides are almost done. There's a couple of little spots that didn't get hit, so it'll have to all go through again, but I'll do that all as one unit, and then I'll flip them and take care of the other side. But now that we have a straight edge with just a couple of little inconsistencies in it that don't really matter, Now we can flatten the sawed side. We just have to make sure that we take an equal number of cuts or passes. Alright, so I'm going to make some noise. I'm going to run these across. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't catch the grain and tear out. But if it does, we will adapt. So. Also, remember guys, if you're going to use a jointer, keep your fingers away from the blade while it's spinning. Use a push block. They're not the greatest. The ones that come with them are not the greatest thing in the world, but it's better than losing fingertips. While I'm sure jointer accidents are few and far between, the ones that I have seen have turned fingers into stubs. So, real quick. Four different routed edges on the door frame you showed me. Oh, that's right. The one that was dog chewed. I remember that. There's a nifty trick. So a lot of, before I do this, while I'm on this train of thought, there's a machine called a shaper. It's like a really big router. Okay, you put really big bits in it, and that's typically how most of your like trim around doors and windows and stuff is done. But what you could do if you don't have that is you can build up a trim. So if you've got, 3 different router bits that you want to use, maybe one's a Cove, one's a roundover, and one's a Roman OG, right? You can build up, I don't want to lose my sides here, but you take your roundover, or your Cove, your roundover, and your Roman OG, and you build them up, right? So you do each one individually, but then you can build it up and set it, however far forward or not that you want. So you end up with wood that goes that way usually. I mean, you can do it that way too, but there's a bunch of different ways that you can do it. I believe it's called compound router edges. There's a guy, Stumpy Nubs, on YouTube. He did an episode on it on one of his videos. I definitely, if you guys are interested in creating a piece of trim that you can't find, and you don't want to pay somebody to create a knife for it and make it, definitely check out stuff like that. It's really cool. It's a bit of work, but it's ultimately not that bad. It's better than buying a $2,000 shaper and a $400 bit, I guess. But I'm gonna run these real quick and see what we can get done here. Be right back. Okay, so one of the things that you want to be careful about when you are using a jointer in this way is it doesn't make square, right? It'll make this face and this face square, but it will not square up this face and this face. So we're doing light passes, so I was able to balance the boards so that I was against my fence the whole time. So it's not quite as noticeable. But if you weren't balancing it and you were just letting it sit however it was going to sit, it will cut it that way, and it'll make it like that. So it'll make a wedge if you want it to. Typically what you do, or if you let it do it, it'll make a wedge. Typically what you want to do is you want to joint one edge and one face, and then you use the planer to make the other face, the opposing face, the same. Because that's what the thickness planer does. It'll match the reference face on the other side. Now, we're doing small stuff here, so it's not ultimately a big deal. Any little inconsistencies aren't going to really telegraph that much. I do like me some Mexican chips. Those little the one Mexican restaurant around me, they have like these deep fried tortilla chunks. Oh, they are so good. You'll eat the deposit. I mean, yeah. Now you probably, I would imagine that they might actually be just generally available trim. Or you could just get some of that wood putty. Not like a filler. I mean, you probably could use that too. But they make a wood putty. It's a 2-part epoxy kind of stuff. Comes in a tube, and you cut it, and the outside is one color, and the inside is another color, and you mix it up, and it makes it hard. And yes, Alex, I was counting passes on each board, and I was balancing it. Once that first pass went through, it got a lot easier to balance, and then it just kind of went. Now I'm sure that they are not perfect, but on such a small project, I don't think it's going to be that much of a concern. But they do have that wood putty epoxy, and then you press it in and kind of form it, maybe sand it a little bit, and throw some sort of a color on it to try to blend it in. It'll never be perfect, but I've seen some people do some really amazing work with it. To be fair, those people are usually the ones that go out, get the junk dresser, and then fill the nicks and chunks taken out of it, and then paint it black and sell it as modern antique or whatever they sell it as. Alright, so I don't want to do this as one big block, because I don't want it to wiggle around. So we're gonna do the other edge, referencing the original face, the original edge that we used to do the first side. I think that'll probably give us the best results. Because I don't want to have them shift while I'm running it through, and then I get one spot that's got a chunk taken out of it. I would, Michael, but my fence will get in the way. If I had a smaller fence, I could do that. I mean, I've put screws through it before, but we'll run it through. I'll count the passes. We'll get rid of Particularly, all I'm really interested in is getting rid of that where my saw blade jumped. That'll be the most egregious thing to get rid of. Everything else is sandable. And I'm willing to bet that we are still past our half-inch. Okay. On this one anyway, we are right at a half-inch of thickness, so that'll give plenty of meat for the what I'm imagining is going to be dovetails, or blind dovetails anyway. All right, let me run these through real quick and try to clean that up some. Oh, that's not terrible. That is not terrible. Alright, we can definitely work with that. Okay. So we should be done with this. We'll get this cleaned up. Moved out of the way. Get our pieces. Oh, we're not done with this. Forgot the black walnut. My apologies, guys. To do a walnut flag case. You're talking about those triangle flag cases? Is it for a remembrance thing, or is it just because you want one? I mean, you don't have to get specific or anything. For your flag. I'd have to give it some thought, but it wouldn't be much. I don't prescribe to. It'd probably be just the cost of materials, to be honest. I don't prescribe to the taking advantage, so to speak, of vets. Um, so a lot of stuff that I do like that is either a gift or donation or cost of materials type of deal. I think that vets deserve more. For 9 minutes, 11 seconds on 9/11 in Afghanistan. Huh. So 9/11 Remembrance Flag. Michael, I wouldn't charge you for that. I wouldn't charge you. I'll just make you one. Let me know anything special that you want done. Send me an email. Because just the chat thing, I will definitely forget. I'm going to at some point put a big whiteboard over here, or a chalkboard or something, so I can write things down. But I will definitely forget. So shoot me an email, and let me know any special details, kind of stuff you want. And we'll get it taken care of. You guys definitely didn't see me not use my push sticks on that. I totally used them the entire time. Michael, I do enough donation stuff. It doesn't hurt me. Trust me. In fact, I feel like it actually gets me more business than the average person because I do donate so much. But if you are so obliged, you can buy me a beer or something. All right, so we're done with that. Everything else that's on there, we can take care of with sanding. Any other, little marks, because we definitely have to sand it. So the jointer, because this is not a helical head, the jointer will, it's a straight knife blade, so it leaves lines. I wonder if I can show you I don't know if you guys can see it or not. There's little lines that go across. There, I don't know if you can see it right here. Like little lines. That's from the joint, the cutting head. So we definitely want to sand those off. Because as we know, when I put finish on stuff, it highlights that, and we want it to be smooth. All right. Probably should have held on to those. All right, put this back here, out of the way. Now, all I do ask, Michael, is that you give me some time to work it in. So I have to work my stuff like that into my job. So and I'm really bad at shipping stuff out. Still have a dining table full of stuff that I gotta ship. I am so sorry, Cleveland. I apologize so much. Michael, that's it. That's awesome. I definitely would appreciate that. That sounds like a fair trade to me. All right, let me sweep this stuff out of the way here. This little pile of So that's the kind of chips that jointer makes. They're like little straight. Little straight shavings. Not that anybody asks or cares. It's interesting sometimes. You see all the different kinds of chips that I have in my pile of sawdust before I get it cleaned up. Some of it's really fine, some of it's really coarse. The planer will leave the same kind of chips, but there's a chip breaker and a fan on the planer, so it kind of chews them up a bit. Matthew, welcome back. Welcome back. Made a display case for your dad's flag when he passed. All right, that's awesome. Out of mahogany. That's got to be a gorgeous case. Alex, that's an awesome place to display that. I can definitely see how that would be an emotional trip. That's really cool that you remember him, at least in that way. You know, you've been at the casino. Did you win? Did you win at the casino? That's the important question. Some? Nice. Did you win more than you lost? If you won more than you lost, then you're up. You get some people who spend $100 on scratch-off tickets and win $10 and be like, I won, yay! Alex, I won't tell anybody. Okay, so here's a piece that I didn't get quite right. Let me show you. Oh, let me flip you around here. So, I was saying it doesn't make it even, okay? When you run it through on both sides. So this piece is a little wedge-shaped compared to this piece. This one is a little bit wedge-shaped compared to that one. Now, that's workable if you remember to match the high sides with the low sides on your joinery. All right? And it's not terrible. It's not a terrible amount. So it's definitely stuff we can work with. You just have to remember that you need to line up your joinery to accommodate that, or to account for that. There we go. So if I make those two pieces and these two pieces, and I join it so that, you know, these are both the edge. And you guys can't see a damn thing I'm doing here, can you? So when I join them, like these two faces are equal. These two faces are equal. But this face is not equal to that face. So, interestingly enough, they are the faces, like these two were the pieces that were cut off of each other, width-wise. The grain matches. Paid for a few new motors on them river boats. Alex, that's hilarious. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to get this stuff laid out for our cuts, because we need to break these two pieces down to our final size, and then we will break down the black walnut to fit. I never did get my dowels. I wonder where they are. I mean, I got my 3/8 and 1/2 inch dowels, but I didn't get my 1/4 inch dowels. Because 1/4 inch black walnut dowels would have been really cool to go through here and into the shelving. But I think what we'll do is we'll route a groove. Because I really don't want to fill a dovetail slot. So I think we'll route a groove in the middle. We'll see how it turns out. We got a little ways before we get to that. We still have to make our ends and stuff. But we need to get this laid out to our size. So, we're going to knock, let's see, what did we decide to go with? Let's go with Let's go with 18 by 18. How about that? That's not a bad box. Okay, do I have enough length here? Yeah, I got enough length there. Let's go 18 by 18. And then we can use the offcuts. There's a little bit of offcuts here to set up our router jig to do the, I'm going to imagine, blind dovetails. That sure looks like what we're doing. All wood with only metal hinges. Are you talking about on their flag case? You want it out of black walnut or walnut? Like, black walnut is, you know, dark brown. Regular walnut is, I don't have any here. It kind of looks like hickory, a little bit, or oak. It's kind of that shade. Oh, on the knife case. Yeah, yeah. I think we're gonna go 17 by 17 or 18 by 18, and we'll lose about an inch. So the inside dimensions should be about. It should be about 17. I need a pen. All right, so we're gonna go from there. Just take right in the center. We're gonna tick that. Trying to make sure I have big enough offcut pieces that I can work them in the jig. And keep as much of the figuring as I can. And we're just going to put a little mark here so that we know those two go face to face. Really don't have to line up this grain because nobody's ever going to see it. It's going to be on opposite sides. So, but I think it's visually appealing. I'm really bad at this camera thing. Here you go. So all I'm doing is I'm marking, this is my first line. And then I'll measure down 18 inches from here. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is push that in. And we're just going to eyeball about 18 inches. Because when I get the glass to go in to the lid, I will, I can cut that down or grind it down, whatever I need to do, if I have to get it to fit. So if we line up these lines, these lines should line up. Make sure we're still square. Yep. Alright. So there's that. Now we will go to the table saw. You can see. Oop. Maybe you can't see. Good lord. Yeah. So, off cut. That's going to be an edge. Tick marks. So we know which faces to use. Those are only going to be visible until we sand, but the joints and stuff will be cut there. And then another tick mark, offcuts. Those offcuts are going to be what we use to set up the jig so that we create pretty blind dovetails. Eating a baby's diaper. What? Oh, guac? Wayne, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. It's not going too bad, actually. Yeah, Michael, I thought I was thinking about doing dowels. But, I don't think I'm going to. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of chat here. Alright. So, we'll get the table saw drug back over. We'll get the box to the point that we're dry fitted together. And then we can measure for our shelving and add our stuff for our notches. We'll add a little extra for the notches. Or tongue and groove. Mortise and tenon. Mortise and tenon. That's what it is. Mortise and tenon. I have a plate that can route it out. Use the router to just repeat everything so that your mortise fits your tenon and etc. Well, I mean, easier would be the tongue and groove or the dovetail route, but then I have to fill the back side of it, and it becomes less easy. But we'll get the joints done, and then we will run the slot for our backer, and we'll get our backer cut for that, which is just going to be 1/4 inch plywood. It's nothing special. But that allows us to, that 1/4 inch plywood allows us to put a fabric on. So we'll lay out the fabric here for Matthew so he can choose one. That's funny, Michael. That's funny. So, what we are going to do with these boards is we can... Oh, camera's way over there. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Can't... Turner, this tripod's stupid. Yeah. Well, I thought this one was going to be good, so I don't know that we can trust what I think is going to work. I need to carry my line over so I can see where I'm at. We're just going to cut all 4 of them at one time. I guess I need power. I did decide that I'm going to put one of those coiled up extension cord things in the ceiling here, so that I can make this a little easier. Alright, we're going to run this, see if we have to adjust. That's pretty well perfect. So one of the things that we're going to do to help me make sure that I stay at our 18 is we're going to move our fence over. This is not ideal. I don't recommend people do this. I'm only doing this because I can control where this wood's going. But usually stuff that's getting pinched between the blade and the fence is when it's going to throw back. But because I have the sled, I can control it. Alright, let's double check our measurement. As long as we all measure the same, we can be a 1/16 of an inch over. It won't hurt nothing. Not sure where I got a 1/16 of an inch over, but probably because I was just eyeballing it. And that's what they all are. They're all 1/16 over. We're going to run with that. Good. There's our sets. Pardon me. So we have to do the we have to set up the router jig now. So we're not done with the table saw. We will have to come back to it to cut the shelves, but we're done with it for now. So we'll unplug it, drag it back, get it out of the way, move back to that little assembly table. I do think that once I fill those gaps up there, like this one right here, I think that'll look a lot better. I think I'll be more happy with it. There you go, guys. It's not even a fancy one. Don't even remember where I got it. But it's really nicely built. It takes a little bit to set it up, but it is thick aluminum. And it comes with a dovetail bit. So we could use it on the router table. But I don't think I'm going to. And instructions in like 12 different languages. I cut outside the line. Well, one side I cut. Yeah, I had the line on outside of both blades. Yeah, because when I cut the first one, the line was on the left side of the blade. The second one, the line was on the right side. So it was probably just me eyeballing it and then, you know, transferring that line across all four. I was probably a 16th off, which isn't bad, not terrible, and isn't really going to affect the overall product. Alright, we do have to clamp this thing to the table. Somehow. And that's what maybe these knobs will work for that. How am I going to clamp that? Clamp it here. Man, for clamping it to the table, they sure do make it. They sure do make it difficult for a clamping surface. I can clamp it that way, but I need to run my. You guys can't see a damn thing. I haven't used this in a long time. Let me see. Let me see. Do they have a picture on how you're supposed to clamp it? Oh, they want you to clamp the wood, not the... Oh, well that's convenient. Alright. I guess we don't need those knobs. But we do need something so my wood's not getting chewed up. Put that down. Oh, we're going to do blind dovetails, so... The hardest part of setting these up is... oh, well, I guess we can close this pole. Yep, blind dovetails. 53%. The hardest part of setting these up is getting this bit done. The pin side pins. So your bearing on your router bit. Ugh. This router bit needs to be cleaned. The bearing on the router bit will hit this plastic thing. So, like, right. So that's that. It rides there, and you need to have it so that it creates a tight joint, but not an oversized joint. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want it to come out half an inch to be a nice tight joint. You want it to line up and be proper. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the side that we cut our pin or blind side on. I believe. Let's look at the directions. Hang on. Hang on. They don't tell me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the side you cut the blind on. Alright. Like I said, it's been a really long time since I've used this, so... We're going to line that up with the edge. Edge of one of these. And that will take out that whole side. No, we don't want it on the edge. We want it in the middle. Yeah. Let's do that. See how that one works. It'd be really nice if they... Is that a reference? It might work as a reference. Let's go with... Fuck it. We'll go in the middle of the tooth. We'll see how this one fits. But I am 99.9% sure there are easier jigs to set up. And I'm going to have to look into it because... Yeah. Alright, so we need to run our router this way. So we're gonna clean this up a little bit. This blade. Apparently I never felt the need to clean my router bit. I know all my other bits need a deep cleaning. So you get your A lot of times when you think your blades are dull, router blades, saw blades, whatever, router bits, saw blades, whatever, it's just the gunk built up on them, the pitch, the sap, whatever you want to call it. Now, if I'm really lucky, you guys are going to watch me screw this up 17 different times. Bearing was loose there. Gotta tighten that. Oh, I guess we need a router. And a battery. And a wrench. Alright, let's get this set up for the depth that we need. Might work. I'm going to try setting this one to what it suggests for 1/2 inch material. Oh goodness. You guys just have to bear with me here. Using a tool I don't use very often. Doing something that I don't do very often. Yeah, an ultrasonic cleaner will definitely clean your bits up and your blades. Definitely. Alright, so we want to get a clamp so we can clamp that down. I don't have a deep enough clamp for that. I guess we're going to find out. Probably could just clamp my router down and use it as a router table, but no. Let's do that. Where'd my winch go? That should work. Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for chat, I would have ended up doing a simple miter and a spline. So, I gave y'all the option. That doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere. Don't know if that's going to be deep enough. Hang on, I got directions. Maybe they give you a starting point here. Might save me depth of the pins should be the same as the length of the tails. Well, thank you for that. How helpful. So, my guess would be that it doesn't matter as long as they're both the same. So let's run this up a little bit more. Make this a little bit bigger. Alright. Here we go. We're going to see how this works. It's probably going to burn because this is maple and this bit needs to be cleaned. So. That actually didn't burn too bad. That didn't burn at all, really. Look at that. There's our... Oh, man. Hang on. Hang on. Alright. So there is our tails side. Justin, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Yeah, grass. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Can't just push the easy button all the time. So now we had to change everything. I was actually kind of worried. I have the camera flipped around using the forward camera now. But it was actually, when I was doing these sides here, I was a little worried that they were going to break off. But looks like that maple held up really well. So that's what they look like. Now obviously you wouldn't see that side or that side unless you were doing a through. But I don't think it looks good having that on one side and a rounded over nonsense on the other. But that's the side you would see with a little bit of cleanup, obviously. So we're going to see if we can't match it with two pieces of wood that are the same width. So we're going to get this thing set up for the other side. Apparently, if you do that, it shows you where your board's supposed to be. You take your two pieces here, and then you just keep them lined up together, and you can slide this one down into the clamp. At least that's how it works on all the other ones. Is this so? This jig, this thing here, has been in my basement, in the basement shop, in a cabinet for a very long time. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I even remember when I got it. Usually, I will do box joints with, or even dovetail joints with a jig. If you set it up on like the router table or the table saw, and so you make a tooth that fits in whatever size jig joint you're cutting, right? You run it over, index it onto that piece, run it again, index it, run it again, and then you get your equal spacing. It's a lot more difficult with dovetails, but you can do it. It just takes a lot of fine tuning for the depth and stuff to get them to be tight. And I don't have my jig that I had for that. I don't have it here, so if I do, I can't find it. It's probably in storage. I have aluminum flying everywhere. I can tell you that the first time I used this, I used it wrong, and I had the blade. I thought it cut this way, which now that I think about it, no, that wouldn't work. I thought it cut this way because one of these right there has this nifty circular pattern on it because I hit it with the router bit. So that is not the way it goes. It goes that way. That way. Alright, let's get this one clamped down, and we'll route this way. So that's going to make things way more difficult. Can we clamp it this way? Will that work? I think that'll work. Right there. Just make sure this is tight. I don't want that moving on us. And I think we'll just clamp here, and we'll leave that little shelf thing, that clamp thing sitting on there. See if that, just need it to hold it so it doesn't fall off. Is Julie in here? Hi Julie, how you doing? I'm sorry I missed you. Thanks for coming in. Let's see if we can show you guys how this is going to go. So you see how that bit isn't going to go all the way through, all right? But it is going to bottom out, and it'll be rounded for that to notch into it. So we're going to give this a shot and see what happens. Probably start from that side. This way's burning. that way's burning. I think it's probably because it's end grain, and that's taken a lot out at once. And the bit is clearly dirty. Needs to be cleaned up. Making little pizzas with your daughter? That is awesome. Let's get you guys sit back. Come on. Oh, I locked it. I guess that's why it didn't go up. Get camera turned back around, because that way y'all can look at it backwards and I can blame it for the camera. Dirty, dirty little bit. Yeah. Alright. So this one's, it's a little more fuzzy. I'm going to have to clean that up just a little bit. Grab a razor blade. I just want to cut those fibers off. They would come off with sanding, but we're not sanding this because we're just trying to set the jigs up. But I don't want anything in the way making me think it fits good, and then we do the final project, the actual box, and find out that it only fit tight because there was stuff in the way. So, let's see. First attempt. Did we get it right? Now, we were off on our measurement, but you're off. Not much. Just a little bit. And, well, I mean, we were off this way, width-wise. I don't know what happened there. I might have moved the piece when I cut it. But I think we'll do another one at that setting, because you can see back here where I must have, if that'll focus back here. Focus, damn it. There. You can see how we're tight down here, but then there's this from here up, there's kind of like that gap, and that would be, oh man, those are tight. That would be, yep, you can see right here if it focuses. See it? It starts right above this pin where it I must have angled the router. I didn't keep it flat, so that was my mistake. But these fit nice and tight. There's a little bit of a gap there that I'm not fond of. There's a little bit of a gap right there on the tops of the pins. You see that? In fact, that gap looks like it's just this piece here isn't level, because there's no gap there. A little bit more. So that might just be a simple adjustment of that thing, and that's a good tight fit. I like that. We'll do another one with the same settings. I'll adjust this plastic thing Am I a Scorpio? No, I'm a Cancer. Which is funny, I guess, because I don't know. If you got a dark sense of humor, it's kind of funny. But here's how it looks when it's out flush. Pigeon butt joinery? Yeah, that is what it is. This is called a blind dovetail. So you have the dovetail on one side, but on this side you have nothing. Doesn't look like there's any joinery there at all. Also, hi Janelle, thank you for coming. So, yeah, I think we're gonna run another one, another test piece. I'll adjust this thing. Looks like it's going to be this side has to get tapped down just a little bit, and I think that'll make a nice tight joint. The depth thing, I don't know about. I mean, I can deal with that. That's easy enough to deal with. But the thing that is going to be more difficult to deal with is that gap there, and carries through. So I don't know if that's just if there's something in there that's stopping me from pushing it down, or maybe I didn't go all the way down on one of them. Good Lord, that's a tight fit. That is. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what causes that, but we'll see if the next one is any better, because we know there was a couple of mistakes on here. Filler, yeah. If need be, I'll cut a wedge, a little sliver, and put it in there. Feel like your joint's tight. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Lots and lots of sanding. Yep. But yeah, that little bit there, that's not going to be enough to matter in the overall scheme of things. I can deal with that. So I'm not going to change the depth of my bit at all. I'm going to leave it the way it is. And we're going to do, let's see, we're going to do another piece, but I need to... You know what? I wonder if that was an issue with it, because we're thinner here and thicker up here. This might have been my fault as well. I might have clamped it and put pressure on it and pulled it away. Or pulled one corner into it. We're going to see. We're going to run another one. We're just going to flip these over. We're going to do the other side. Let's mark this so we know which side which. Actually, we know, well, we do want to do another one of those anyway. Alright. So we're going to put that right about the middle again of those little fingers. And to see how the planer comes into play. I'm not going to be breaking out the hand plane. My hand plane is in dire need of maintenance that I just have not been doing. I have neglected it. But oh, you know what? This piece, this piece doesn't have one side wasn't flat. Oh. This side was the side that wasn't flat. That was the like factory edge. That was the side that I cut. This side was cut. A jig for the jig. Yeah. Oh goodness. I got a little too McGilla Gorilla on that one. There we go. All right. Let's try this again with a different one. May need better wood. Yeah, hand cutting dovetails is it is an art form, that's for sure. And I will cheat. I'll use a jig like this to cut one side and then trace that out and hand do the other side. There's people like I think I said earlier, Rex Kruger. He's a woodworker. He uses mostly hand tools. He does hand cut dovetails, or at least he's done them. I've seen videos of him doing them. I really wonder if I can't just clamp that there. Can I just clamp that? Is that going to hold that fine? Let's try that. Well, I guess we're going to find out. Yes, this one is flushed up, and the side that I cut. This one's going to be a little interesting because there's like this little inclusion in it. But that's the side we're going to do the blind on. So, in fact, we're going to mark this with an arrow so we know. Let's do that side. All right, let's see. We'll get you guys flipped around. And maybe I gotta get this thing to balance because I don't want to lose a phone. I don't know if that's going to be beneficial to you or not. All right. Let's do this again. Oh. I see what the issue is. If you look here, it did it again, right there, and right there. And the issue is my plate is hitting this. These flats here. So these must be up just a nudge higher than that. Michael, I'm going to have to check that out. Because I'm pretty good with the DIY. Get this thing turned so it don't fall over. So that may just be something that I have to work out with a chisel. Which is fine. If that's what I need to do, that's what I need to do. But, so what's happening is... Ugh. There. You see my base plate is hitting that. And it's hitting there. So these little fingers must be a little bit... no, I don't mind you asking. So I had an ex-girlfriend at one time. And when we broke up, she seemed to be under the impression that it was going to be a temporary thing, and I don't do that. So she said at one point she was very anti. Oh, we did have a little chip out here, but it's all right. That part would be hidden anyway. We did have at one point she was very anti-tattoo, and I like tattoos. And she had told me that if we ever broke up and I got a visible tattoo, we could never get back together. So once we broke up, I immediately went to the tattoo parlor and I got that one done. Yes, Janelle, exactly. So, I feel like it was a win for Dan. Well, that does fit in there nice and tight, though. Alright, so we're going to... Wait, two. We're going to get this one put in here. And this put in here. Got to sit there. See if we can't get this thing to line up a little bit. Lining these up would probably be a little easier when the pieces are longer, but... I also like tattoos. The original goal was to do a sleeve with scorpions and stuff, but I haven't got there yet. There's other things that I need to spend money on. And then across my shoulder blades, I have a piece of tribal art that I designed. And oh, this is off. I can see it with my eyeball. Sorry, I know I'm just just all up in the way. Just trying to. There we go. That looks better. Looks more gooder. Alright. Let's get this clamped to the table. Actually, I think what we're going to do is we're going to clamp this side. So I can run my router over there. And I like scorpions, so. I'm not a bug person, but scorpions are cool. If you upset them, they stab you to death with their butt, so it's kind of a nifty way to go. Thanks, Janelle. Alright, so we're going to run this. Let's see, is this going to... So this side doesn't catch on anything. It's just this side. Unless it's something wrong with my plate, but I don't think so. Everything appears to be tight. I'll look into it. Alright, let's cut this one and see what's going on. Wrong way. Got a little bit of a tear out there. And I knew it was coming because I was going too fast. I wasn't... And I didn't... Right here, this piece. I should have came down from the side. Instead, I came down through this side. And the bit spins this way. So it grabbed that and broke it off. I've got to keep that in mind when we do the final box sides. That's funny. I do with my razor blade. There it is. Pick you guys up a little bit. I've never had a scorpion myself, Justin, but well, mainly because I don't want to die when it stabs me with its butt. So, because I inevitably I inevitably will upset it in some fashion. I definitely would not have a spider. Oh, goodness. Ugh. Thought that was going to tap that down in. I was wrong. Oh! Alright, well that is really tight, and I can't get that to go away. So, and again, we got a little bit of a gap there on the end. But I wonder if that's because of the slight angle on the wood. Because remember, this pieces of wood did have that little bit of an angle. So let's see. Oh, bless America. If I flip this around, does that gap go away? Can I flip it around? Good gravy. Oh. There we go. No, not really. It's still there. I'll work with it then. I'll figure it out. I think that is going to be probably about as good as we're going to get with this jig. I do have a couple of tricks that I can use to fill those little gaps. Yeah, grass. I just wanted to see if I flipped it around, if it lined up better. But that is tight. Good gravy. That'll have to be driven together with a block of wood. As you can see, I'm not even fully seated yet, and I can't get it to go any further. Yeah. It's definitely not coming apart on its own. You're going to have to, you'd have to encourage it a little bit. I do want to close that gap there. That's the gap that I worry about. I mean, I can put a wedge in there, but I don't want anything to not be square. And if there's that much of a gap, then that means that the glue isn't going to be seated proper. And it's just that end. So I can push the other end in. Ignore that little chip out piece. There we go. Yeah, I can push the other end in. I mean, it's seated in a little bit. I'd have to trim that, but that's not a big deal. We'll do the wood glue and sawdust trick. That'll work. That'll fill the gaps. The square peg and the round thumbnail. Yeah. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to make a good couple of thumbnail videos. Alan, what's going on, buddy? You guys getting a blizzard? Good Lord. Yeah, it's definitely not going to come apart on its own. I don't think I'm going to get it any tighter than that. I'm not sure why I've got this. Let's flatten that out a little bit more. Oh! I'm not sure what is happening that I have that. I thought it was because that wasn't straight, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Because now this end just got super tight. Which is fine. I mean, the tighter the better, I guess. Giggity. 17 inches, nice. Yeah, Janelle, I don't know. I don't know. All the famous people say that wood glue and sawdust works, so it might work. I don't know. Alan, you gotta be breaking out the toys. Oh, I got it to go in some. Good Lord. Okay, so it just needs a little persuasion to work in there. Close that gap up a lot. Just needs some persuasion to get in there. Yeah. Now, if only I could figure out what is causing this to hit on the edges here, I'd be in really good shape. Now, granted, that's on the inside corner. You know, the odds of seeing that are pretty slim, especially when there's glue in there, but it bothers me. Especially since it's not even. Come on, focus, camera. Especially since it's not even all the way across. Set it on a table, you may be able to... That's not a bad idea. Let's see if this is bent. I mean, if it is, I'll smack every one of these with a hammer or something. Oh! Wait! If I put it on the router table, or the routing table, I won't have to worry about that. It won't be an issue because the table will cover the entire thing the entire time. That'll be an easy fix. Perfect. I like it. I'll just have to set my depth up again, and that's not going to be a big deal. In fact, that'll be super easy. Because, kind of perfectly on that second little mark in there. Alright, perfect. So we can get rid of that little gap in the back. And I don't have to worry about clamping this because I got handles, and I just slide it on the saw. BFH. Always use more tools, you know. More tools will fix everything. All right, perfect. So we'll clean all this crap up, get it out of my way. We will do another test set on the router bench, and then I think we will finally be good to go. Yeah. So, joint 1. Hang on, let me make it out here flush so we can actually see it with no shadow line. Joint 1, being all offset and everything. Test 2. We've got 2 more pieces we can test with without cutting them off and trying again. Alright, let me dig out this router table. Oh, the router table that I haven't used in forever. That nifty little rod holder that I still haven't gotten back around to working on. Now we can use the clamp to clamp the table so this thing doesn't walk off onto the floor. Bring you guys over here. Alan, so you're not going to be playing with the snowmobiles and stuff? You're just going to be out with a digger? Double A is Alan. He's he's a fun guy. He is very popular in streams. Mainly because he's in all of them. You don't have a snowmobile. Well, for sure you'd be one to have one. Oh, really? Man, for some reason I thought you guys got way more snow. Alright, you guys just have to bear with me for a minute while I get this thing set up. Last time I used this, I was playing with the miter lock stuff, which is actually a really cool joint once you get it set up. Here's my rubber bit. Oh, Julie, that's the that yeah, Matthew. Matthew is the one. There we go. Got all that figured out. All right. No, Justin's a good guy. Justin and Julie are the couple. I'm sorry, Thunderstruck and Julie. Yeah, Justin's a good guy. He goes fishing a lot. He is working on, if I'm not mistaken, you have the viewer or the subscribers. You just need viewers. Justin? Michael, I'm just excited that it's not me typing in chat. That'll be later tonight. While we're all in Turner's chat, and it's making me look stupid. All right, so it's got these nifty little handles. Supposedly supposed to be able to control this with. Watch hours, yes. 1,500. Well, Justin, I can. I don't know if it counts, but I can. Oh, almost goofed that up. I never tightened my router bit. I got all distracted. I think I had, I set a bunch of your lives to play one after another one weekend on this account. So I don't know if it counts, but I can do the same thing with my other account and set them to just play. Well, now that needs to go up. Man. There we go. All right, let's get some pieces of wood stuck in here. We're gonna mark So we need this one. We're going to set that in the middle, just like we did before. You think it counts? Yeah, Matthew. Yeah. I did it at work. I left my laptop there, and I just queued up. I think it was a weekend. I just queued up a bunch of his lives, and just set it to play the next, and the next, and the next. You know, built a little playlist. I don't know if it did anything, but when I went in, to work, it was done playing. So. You have a podcast, so you have a playlist set up already? Because that'd make life easier. Yeah, I can do it with my DNK account. I don't mind. I will just I'll just leave my laptop, or I'll do it here at the house. I'll go onto my desktop and turn it on and set it up and just let it run. I don't know if it matters though if I use the account like when Turner goes live. Because for the other one, when I did it over the weekend, I didn't log into that account. Or it must not have been a weekend. It must have been was it Christmas or something? Because I didn't skip a Saturday. It was something. Alright, yeah, I'll set it up to play. And I'll just let it roll through. I don't remember what of your live streams I've watched all the way through and what ones I haven't. I don't think I managed to get one of yours all the way through. So, it's bound to count. At least most of it should count. Alright. I'm locked in. I'm going to give this a run. The only thing that's bothersome about this router is it's not variable speed. It's one speed. It's off and on. That's it. So we'll see how it works on this. This is usually the router that I use when I do my well, the router's similar to this. The other router I had. It was a one-speed router, but it had a better table. It was smooth, like my white little table over there. It was smooth and had tracks on it, like this, but they went front to back, like a table saw. But we will, I don't know, figure out a way to bother you guys here. Yeah, Justin, not a problem, man. I mean, I'm happy to help somebody out. You're a good guy. If it's going to benefit you, I don't have any problems at all. I'll just use my other account. I'll use this account when I do live or go into like Turner's live or I pop into your live. Alright, I'm going to make a bunch of noise here and run this router through and see what happens. at that. No little dimples. And no real burn marks either. Let's see what that does on the other side. I probably don't need to clamp these freaking tight. But I don't want the wood to yeet out or move, get all cranky. Alright, so let's set this one up, and this one I have to do this way. It is a bit, it's interesting that they put these plastic sliders on here to do it this way, but they didn't put them on this side. Yeah, it is what it is. Alright. Keep those in line. Like that. Tighten this one. Alright, let's see what we do here. Flip that around. That one burned considerably more, but I'm convinced that's because of end grain. But you ain't going to see that anyway, so let's see what this... Hi, Steph. How you doing? Yeah, Janelle, you hit that, what, last night? This morning? Whatever it was? That was really cool. It was super nice to see you hit getting so close to your 500 goal. I like when I get to help people out with watches or subscribing or whatever when they are, appreciative of it. Like you, Justin, pretty much everybody in the crew here. I offset it a little bit. Man, I must have wiggled it. Michael's at 112. Nice. Actually, I think I am subscribed to you on both accounts, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my, that's Way tighter than it was before. What's going on there? I wonder if that's because my razor blade good. May have to loosen this one up a little bit. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I think Janelle's a great person. She does some awesome. She does some awesome little pebble drawings and stuff. And then Maya is a moderator for her, and they will do like co-op streams. I don't think Maya does pebble drawings, but she does really nice. Oh, good lord! She does really nice landscape kind of stuff. What kind of mechanic? I'm a Chrysler mechanic. Alright, we're going to see if we can't smack this into place. Just use brute force to get it to seat. But she is very tight, and it definitely won't be coming apart. What did I do with my little block of wood I had? Here, block of wood. I swear I had a block of wood out. Oh. Found it. Good gravy. Well, I still got that little gap up there, but I'm not overly concerned about that. And if I pound it in more and get rid of that, but I think what I need to do is loosen that fitting up a little bit. Oh, now that I beat it into place, now it's a lot. Yeah, if one of you guys wants to post Janelle's link, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Country Carpenter, how you doing, buddy? Sorry if I missed you coming in. Yeah, Justin. Yeah, I have blocks of wood everywhere, but it was a very special block of wood. Oh, yeah, that's right. Vertical streams links don't work until after. All right, so I do have to loosen it up because I don't know if you can see it on camera. Let's see if I can get the light to hit it. Well, maybe not. There's a crack right here where that wedge pushed it open. So I will have to loosen that up a little bit, do one more test run, and then we should be golden. Oh, bloody hell, that's a tight joint. there's that one. That's going to be that way forever now. Yeah, Michael, I have never actually gotten around to making a wooden mallet. No, wait, I lied. I made one. I made one for a guy. He asked me for one. Um, it was it was an oak handle, a white oak handle, and a black walnut head with a strip of white maple in the middle of it. So it was, black walnut, maple, black walnut. And I was like, man, this is really cool. I should make one of these. Yeah, there you go, Justin. Throw them in chat. Why not? And then we can put them in comments. Well, in the comments, you can just click on a person's name and go to their channel, right? Isn't that how that works? I don't know. I'm a mod, and like every channel I go to, I just click on people's names and go to their channel. Yeah, so I really should. Yeah. There you go. I really should get around to making myself a wooden mallet. Well, that's going to be that way for the rest of time, so there's our joint. Let's loosen this up. Now, to loosen them, all you have to do is move these pins. You lower this bracket down a little bit, and it will. There you go, Julie. And just click on people's names and go to town. In fact, I don't know that he ever actually used it. I think he just had it for pretty. Alright. So, we do need to loosen this. Or do I have my bit set too high? Is that... I wonder if that's it. Let's do one where I set the bit a little lower, because they weren't that tight before. Oh, good. There we go. Just drop that down. Drop that down a little nudge. Let's do another one. Sorry, guys. I mean, setting this stuff up is definitely not. Had I known that the thing was taking so long, or the other router would catch on those edges, I would have skipped that part altogether and just went right to the table. Alright, let's do this again. Well, I'll tell you what, by the end of this stream, I'm going to be a master at operating this thing. I'll be able to start a course on how to set these up. Alright. This should be the last one. £12 in 2 weeks. You left the cow? Is that what I'm understanding here, Lucifer? Oh. Can't believe you'd leave Double A like that. It's a shame. That's what it was. My bit was just a nudge too high. Made the fit way tighter than it needed to be. Still, wish that I knew what was creating that little gap, but I will use the handy dandy Dan trick of filling it with a sliver of wood. Yep, I'm already on all messages, unless it froze. I think that's going to work out nicely. And I think we got it dialed in as much as we need to. If I can't for some reason get rid of that gap, then I will wedge it and be done with it. There is one joint, one dovetail joint that I would love to try. Yeah, I might have to, you know what? Let's see. So this goes in this way. And that side's tight, right? Which side's loose? There is one joint that I'd really love to try. I've never done it before. And that is a dovetail joint with an inlay. So what that is you cut a piece of wood real thin and it goes around all of that dovetail. It goes around all of that and it fits inside of that. So you have like, for example, maple with a black walnut little inlay in there. And I'd really like to try one time. Okay, so that's the side that's... Maybe their measurements on here aren't exactly accurate. I lost my Allen wrench. There it is. I mean, it is probably made in China. I don't have to go much, just a little bit. All right. We are going to cut some joints. So, 2, 2, 1, 1. So we are going to put pins on all of these. Am I glitching? I apologize. I think... Oh, I need to plug my phone in. Give me 1 second. I'm going to have to relocate you guys a little bit. Oh, no, I don't. My cord reaches here. As long as it doesn't fall out. Perfection or bust. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Janelle. I'm sorry. The all chat thing. Okay. Well, we're sitting flat on there. So let's start making some cuts. So, on these boards, couldn't find my lot. Yeah. I get the feeling that YouTube doesn't like when I make a bunch of noise. So they don't, they don't put it on the front. Because that one live where I had all those people in here was a quiet live. Although I have been up for 4 hours. Once we get these cut and do a test fit, we'll call it a day. And and move on to other stuff, because it is 20 after 6. I know everybody's getting ready for dinner or something soon, so we'll get all these cut. We'll do a quick test spit and then move on. So give me here just a few more minutes. I should have had you guys back here so you could see this getting. In fact, I can plug you in over here. Yeah. Now, it'll just be me in the way. You going to be doing plastics tonight? Nice. Lucifer, just wait till I start building that ladder. It'll be a great time. I will do it on live too. Just for you. Now, because we're not using any like jig to position these all to the exact same place, that means that every mating side will only work for that joint. Because if this one's a little wider than this one, or vice versa, obviously the piece that goes on here would be offset. Good. I will, I think when I do that one, I'm going to pre-cut everything. Like pre-do everything, because... Okay, Michael. Going to watch the Viking? See you later, Justin. Oh, is Viking live? Huh. I mean, I was about to go watch the Viking. Texted me. What is that? Oh. Sorry, I opened a thing. Yeah, actually, I just seen on the notification that he is live. So I'm going to hurry up and get these cut, because I want to go watch him. Amy Jo, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. Alright, so there's going to be all of our pins. Now, we have to line up all our tails. So we're going to mark this side 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to mark this 1, 3. No, 1, 3, 2, and 4. Did he shout me out? Really? Amy Jo, I'm making a knife display case. It's going to be maple. We picked blind dovetails, which look like this. And it's going to have some black walnut shelves in it. That is really cool. That's super cool. I've only ever subscribed to one woodworker before, and that guy turned into he gave up woodworking and he turned into one of those tool reviewers where he goes, yeah, I got this saw, listen, it makes one cut and goes, yeah, this is awesome, definitely buy this, and then off he goes to. Oh, nice, Amy. That's really cool. I never got into Dremel carving. I wouldn't know the first thing about it. I do. However, know that there's people out there that are super talented and can carve all kinds of really neat stuff. So one thing that we haven't been paying attention to until now, and actually if you have stuff on your channel, once I end the live, I'll go check your channel out. Wood spirits and weird stuff, native carvings. You got a channel? Good. I'll definitely go check it out. I love seeing other people's talents. So I unsubscribed from that guy after a while. Now the only woodworker that I'm subscribed to is they're not subscribed to, but a member of their channel is Bearded Viking. He's super awesome. Good. I'm gonna have to wait until I go back into the chat and check her channel out. I'll definitely subscribe. I think doing crafts and things is super useful and a great way to relax. And whoo, almost broke it. All right, so that should be number 1. Yep. Sorry, my table's all a mess here because I got stuff everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will subscribe with this channel, and I'll definitely pop in and leave some comments. Wait, so did Bearded Viking really shouted me out? Or are you guys just messing with me because you know I'll get excited and fangirl over it? No way. No way. Come on, don't mess with me. I ain't big enough for Bearded Viking to come check out. Really? I didn't even know he knew I existed. Son of a biscuit. That is super awesome. That is awesome. That is. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. That's super cool. Man. Oh, I hope you guys like my little channel. I just started. Just trying to do things and trying to do things and have some fun. Let me get this tail cut here. Or pin cut. No way. Son of a biscuit. Hi, Viking. How you doing? Thanks for popping in, bud. That's super cool. I didn't know that I was even on your radar. That is awesome. I greatly appreciate that. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, the dovetail router jig thing. This thing is, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but I dug it out of the cabinet in the basement shop and thought that I would put it to some use. Yeah, the chat has been watching me try to set it up for probably the last 2 hours before we finally got to where we are now. Yeah, he definitely made my year, that's for sure. That's super awesome. Alright, so this was side one. Let's make sure this fits. And it fits. Son of a biscuit. Except for that stupid gap that I got going on there. I don't understand it. But we'll fix it. We'll fix it. It's nothing but wood. Alright, now we need to get 3 lined up. Yeah. But they are a little better than everybody watching me try to hand cut dovetails for 4 hours. Okay, so let's see. So I had to, how did I have to do this one? I had to do it number side to number side. Alright, so number to number. Seriously? Man, that is awesome. I greatly appreciate that. Just you coming in here is super cool. I was just telling everybody that I only subscribe to one woodworking channel anymore, and that's you. I feel like you're you're a straight up guy and you do, well, you do a lot of the stuff like I do. You're not out there using, $100,000 of worth of equipment to build your stuff. Man, that is awesome. I'm gonna have to start putting out some better content now. All right, I'm gonna cut this one here and make some noise. Yeah, guys, anybody who's not subscribed, I know a lot of you guys ran into Bearded Viking in yeah. I know a lot of you guys ran into Bearded Viking when he popped into Turner's live stream, but if you like watching people do woodwork, check his channel out. He's really good at it, and he's in a small shop, but kind of like mine, but way different. But small shop and affordable tools, except for his X1. I mean, his laser's way better than mine, but that's. That's Janelle, when he popped into Turner's channel and Crappy Man Jigs, I thought it was a troll who just put his name up there, and I immediately went there. You mod so you can click the name and go to the channel. I immediately went there and I was like, no friggin' way. And then Turner called me out for fangirling. That was. But all right, I'm gonna cut this and then get the next set done up. Nice, Michael, nice. Awesome. Well, everybody, thank you for popping in. Hi, Cat's Peace. Everybody else, there's so many of you. I don't know if I can shout you. Everybody that came in, I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. I hope that I hope you can find some value in the channel. I am just getting started. I don't know anything about editing videos. Everybody in my circle has been super helpful in trying to get me going in the right direction. And then I do this as a job, or it's a side job thing. So I was a little behind on my Christmas orders and stuff, so I haven't been able to put out any real content. But every Saturday I do a live stream. I clean up the shop a little bit and do a live stream, and I don't think I've missed one since I created the channel. Well, since I've been able to. Okay, so we got one more set of this side to do. And so far, so good. Everything's looking good. I do have some, like you all saw, I have some gaps that I need to take care of. I'll do that. That's not a big deal. We'll fix those. We're not going to fix them tonight, though, because I know y'all have things to do, and I've been on here taking up enough of your time. But we'll get this done and hang out for a bit. We'll do a test fit, get an idea of what it's going to look like. Thank you, Ray and Sandy. I appreciate that. One thing I will definitely do is everybody, once I post the video, everybody that's in here, I will go and subscribe to your channel with this channel, and check you guys all out as well, because I think art and crafting is very important, and we need more of it in the world. So, yes, Amy Jo, yes it is. One of the, I'm gonna get this cut, and then I'll blather on for a minute. But I'm gonna get this one cut, and then we have one more side to do, and then we can do our test fit, and I'll chatter then. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That is awesome. That is awesome. So while I'm trimming this up, it's got a little fuzzies on here. I'm just cutting them off with a razor blade so they don't get in the way of my fit up. Most of them will go away when I sand everything, but why not trim them off now? So I'm sure the regulars of my channel here are probably tired of hearing me say it, but the one of the things, there we go, is that one. And now we need to do side number 2, which is over here. Oh. One of the things that I wanted to do with this channel is show people that you don't need $1 million worth of equipment and a 50,000 square foot building to be a woodworker and to make quality stuff. And I'll show you guys around my shop here if you like, but it's not much. Just moved out to the garage from the basement and decided that this is going to start up the channel by everybody can watch the shop take shape. And I definitely encourage anyone who is not comfortable with putting stuff on YouTube to send me an email with your craft work. I encourage it. I think it's great. All right, I'm gonna get this last one cut, and then we'll do a quick little box test fit here, and I'll show you guys around my humble little one-car garage. Runic needs more subs? Is that what I'm seeing here? Runic, one thing that I know about the group of people in here, or at least my regular subscribers, before Bearded Viking heard about me, is these guys will help you get to your 50 subscribers, and I will join you as well. I've got my account, I've got my personal account, or I've got this account, my personal account. Let's get you guys turned around here, and I'll definitely come over and subscribe. Just doing a little trim up here while I blather on. We're gonna get this stuff fit. Did I see that Bearded Viking subscribed? And you're sending traffic my way. Son of a biscuit, man. Thank you. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is super cool. So, guys, I did label every edge. 3 more to 200. Holy cow! Thank you, guys. I think I was at like 170 before I turned the live stream on. That is awesome. I am super appreciative of that. I don't like to bug people for subscriptions, but I feel like you guys get beat over the head with subscribing all the time, everywhere you go. But I definitely appreciate it. You guys can't see a single thing that I'm doing here. Yeah, share people's links to pages and stuff. Let's get people that need more subscribers, get them subscribed up. If that's your thing, if that's what you want to do. Yeah, Janelle, like that one day when I wasn't running any real power tools, I was just playing with that step stool. We got the first time that I think any of us knew that YouTube throttled viewers. So here we are. Give you guys a good look at. So, as we all know, there's some. I don't know what the issue is with that jig, but it does give me a gap on one side, and these aren't set in as far as they need to go. obviously. It's just a little dry fit. And it does give me a gap on that one edge, but we'll take care of that. That's not going to be a big deal. And I get this gap here on the front. We definitely need to get that taken care of. We got that filled in with, I'll put in a wedge. So I've got, we've got all this, the maple offcuts, so we can fill it with the proper material. But that is going to be the start of the box. And then obviously we're going to have a bunch of shelves in here. Right? These black walnut shelves, probably every 4 inches. Whatever equals out. We'll figure that out. Hi everyone. Make Grumpy blue. Absolutely. Absolutely. Miss Turner, why aren't you blue? There you go, Grumpy. Now you can go pick through. Miss Turner. Yeah, I think this is going to look really good. I'm still undecided. Well, it's actually going to go this way. We want to see the dovetails on the side. Not the blind side. We want the dovetail side up. But I'm still undecided on how to put the shelving in. I'm really thinking that the tongue and groove 200. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you. That is fantastic. That is awesome. I didn't know that there was that many people out there that wanted to watch me putter around in my shop and blather on live stream. That is fantastic. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Let's see. I can show you guys around my humble little shop quick before I got to plug my phone back in. It's not much. It's just a one-car garage. I've been slowly working on turning it into a shop. I do try to teach. I want, that's it. Don't look at that. That's my wood pile. So there's some random lumber. All that stuff is going to go away here in the spring. We got snow outside right now. I can't put that patio furniture out. I'm going to put a wood stove back there. There's my humble little table saw. For now, that backside is going to be wood storage and that wall there. There's my little diesel heater. If you guys hear it ticking, I'm sorry. I can't stop that. That's the fuel pump thing. There's my wall. I just did that last night. I thought I was going to like the little gaps and how it looked kind of rough. But then I ran into pieces like that one that are warped, and everything kind of snowballed from there, and I don't like it so much anymore. But yeah, there's one car shop. I don't have any cool flags other than the American flag. I don't have any super fancy tools in here. It's all just this is probably my fanciest tool. Is the laser, and it does its job. And my little handy router back there, or jointer back there, and that's it. That's my shop. What was supposed to be a little temporary workbench assembly table that turned into the storage area, and then this became the assembly table workbench. I'll have to make one for your channel. You mean like a little shop tour thing? Yeah, those are cornhole boards back there. That's actually the first set of cornhole boards that I've ever made. I am definitely not an expert at cornhole. I built those. I built those so that I could learn how to play cornhole better, and I still don't know how. I still don't know how to do it proper. But yes, I do need to build a mallet. I got to build myself a mallet. That I'll do a video on that. That should be the next video. A how-to on building cornhole boards? Yeah, I can do that. That's easy. Building them is super easy and fun. And, I mean, it makes it easier if you have like a 6-inch hole saw. But I cut those out with like a paint can, because it was about 6 inches. Drew the circle around that, and then I cut those out with a jigsaw and tried to smooth it out as much as I could. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I didn't even think about doing a cornhole how-to build thing. That'd be a lot of fun. But Janelle, post your link in here so that Cat's Piece can find your channel. Janelle does like artwork. She paints with watercolors. She does little like pebble drawings and stuff. It's really cool. I've watched her for hours last night or this morning, however you want to look at it. I thoroughly enjoy seeing her do stuff, and it's relaxing. But like I said, I'm a big proponent on people just starting. Just start. That's all you got to do. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to try. Being good at it comes with trying. I mean, I have burned or given away more wood projects probably than I've sold, and I still love every bit of it. It's fun. It's relaxing. Now I get to talk to you guys while I do it. You guys watch my videos, give me feedback, give me tips and stuff that I didn't even know about, like things I had no idea about, or things that things that I had never considered, like a video on cornhole boards. I'd never even thought about that. That's really cool. And I was telling everybody before you got here, Bearded Viking, that I checked my notifications and I'd seen that you went live, and I was trying to hurry up and get that done so I could go watch your live stream. But yeah, I will definitely go back through these comments when I post a video, and I will subscribe to each and every one of you guys, because you guys are awesome. Just for coming in here, you're awesome. So, sorry, I'm a little flustered at the moment, but I don't really know what else to do at this point in time. I've been keeping my regular guys here for the last almost 5 hours, and this is what we built. We didn't even build anything. We just cut down some lumber, and I did a boatload of this. It's like, oh, that one's really tight, and it coming apart. I did a boatload of these, playing with that jig. And we shot the breeze for a while. I I don't know if I want to start doing the shelving parts yet. Um, I suppose one thing I could do is I could run these across the table saw. So we do have to put, now that we have all the data or the joints cut, is we got to put a slot all the way around and put a piece of 1/4-inch plywood in here. Got to get a piece cut down so that it fits in here proper. And then we're going to cover it with a fabric so that it creates a nice backdrop for the knife collection. Actually, you know what? We can do that. Matthew, are you still here? Awesome. Give me a minute to clean this sawdust and stuff off this little table, and I'll lay out the velvet stuff that I have, and see if you want one of those as your backer color, or if you want a different color, I'll just go pick some up because I do have to make a run to get more stuff at some point. So. Yeah, give me a minute to get all this stuff cleaned up. And I'll lay the black walnut and the maple down with the colors so that you can see what you think looks best. I don't want to send you something that's just plywood. It'll look goofy. I'd rather send you something that looks quality, like nicely made. So we don't want to mess this up. Put that over here. I need this and this. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out where I'm putting the hinges and stuff. Yeah, I think I kind of like that idea that you were talking about with the cutting the slot in there and sticking the hinge inside and inside the lid. And then we'll see what I need to do. If I need to chisel anything out so that it opens and still closes tight. But yeah, while you guys are checking out each other's channels, which is awesome. It's the kind of community that I like to see. That's the communities that I'm a part of are super helpful and supportive of each other. And I like to see that. I like to see other people that are doing the same thing. Alright, I need to lay down a piece of paper so I don't get that all dirty, or the fabric all dirty. Yeah, Bearded Viking, I'm super thankful for you giving me a shout out and sending your people over here. That's awesome. You have an awesome community over there. I've been watching you for a long time. I don't comment very often, but I've definitely been watching for a long time. In fact, I got a lot of good ideas for things that I'd like to build that came directly from your channel. with my own spin on things, of course. Uh, what's going on with Michael? Uh-oh, Michael. I hope everything's all right. Give us an update when you can, Mike, if you're still here. So I've just got a bag full of different colors of crushed velvet. I'm gonna lay these out. Let Matthew pick the color that he wants here. Give me just a minute. I'm not going to lay out the actual velvet because I still haven't worked with it, so I don't know. I don't know what it will do. I thought I had another color. Black, purple-ish, blue, green, white, red, purple. Maybe I do only have 7 colors. Yeah, this is the actual velvet stuff, and it's really awesome, but I don't know if I can attach it the same way that I do everything else. So I don't want to get your hopes up for something that I can't do. So why don't we do this? We'll lay that down there. Lay that across there and that across here. Ignore the gaps on the dovetails. All right, Michael. Or Matthew, I'm sorry, not Michael. I was thinking about Michael's wife having to go to the hospital. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I don't think any of these colors really. I'm not a color person. I know that black walnut and white maple is a contrasting color, and that's about all I know. You think this one would work nice as the background with the black walnut? Let's not look at those saw marks. And the maple. Amy Jo, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. I'll check you out later. Have a great night. Kind of feeling the green. The green is super popular. That was the color of that jewelry box that I did too. I haven't worked with this white before. I did work with the purple. I did those on my Facebook page. I did a set of end tables with purple liner, and that was really cool.
Matthew, I'm not sure. I guess it ultimately depends on what kind of colors of knives you have. I mean, you might be better off going with something like a white that's neutral to have the knives stand out. Um, well, I mean, the only pocket knife I have on me at the moment is just a black one, and I don't want to run inside to get one of the other ones. um, Ray and Sandy's Woodworking, thank you very much. I'll see you later, and I'll check out your channel here in a little bit when I end the live. I think the red would be nice. If it was me, I'd probably go red or white myself. I'm sorry. I know my mic's probably picking me up real loud right now, but Janelle, from what I understand, he has a knife collectors club membership thing, and he wants to store the knives in here kind of like this to display them. So the knives will be, just set in here, and I would imagine they have a whole bunch of different kinds of handles. That red does. That red is bright. I mean, I'm sorry I only have my black knife on me, but like, black, everything would kind of blend together, I think. Yes, there's going to be a groove down here so that the kind of knife edge can rest in it. You think burgundy? This one? Awesome. Yeah, I think that would work nice. Yeah, and this one doesn't even have a silver blade, so I can't even I can't even do it with silver. But all right, Matthew. Yeah, if you want the burgundy, we got the burgundy. I can do that. I can make that happen. Um, we'll do that. We'll do that. Probably not tonight, because I mean it is 7:15, and I know y'all have lives and things to do on a weekend and dinner to make and whatnot. Yeah, Grass. If I was to make one for myself, I would probably go white or red. Now that's not saying that I couldn't do. I could, I could break it up. Like this shelf. Oh, you guys can't see anything. Like this shelf up is one color. Between this shelf and the next shelf is a different color, or half and half, or split it side to side or corner to corner. I can do whatever you want. All right, Cats Beast. Thank you very much for coming in. Have a great night. Yeah, Matthew, I should have thought ahead. I should have brought that knife out here. Same color. Okay. Yep. Burgundy it is. Put that one on the top of the pile, so no, that's the one to go with. I've never worked with that color before. That's really nice. It's a nice color. Here. Put all this in here again. So I think our next project after this is done, which should be done next week, because I'll probably cut the backer, get the backer cut and put that material on it off camera, so that way it has time to dry and we can assemble next week. But I think our next project is going to be, we're going to do a quick quilting rack, quilt ladder thing. That'll be super quick and easy. And then after that, I have a church that wants they just want some little stands. You know, it's kind of something like this, but flat, to put their like coffee cups and stuff on. Because I guess the coffee pots they have, you can't get your cup underneath it unless you pull it to the edge of the table. And they got, you know, kids and stuff around. They don't want them to be going to get hot chocolate and dump a bunch of hot coffee on them. So I'm gonna make one of those. So that's got a couple of weeks. That's got a couple of weeks of work going, and I think the church pews. There's a church up the road that they're getting rid of their church pews, and they're either renovating or they're moving buildings, and the building already has them. I don't know the specifics, but they're getting rid of their church pews, and I got a couple of them. So I'm thinking that I might repurpose that wood to use for the little stand in the other church. They're white oak. They're made out of white oak, so that'll look really cool. But yeah, so next week we'll get this thing figured out the rest of the way, and we should be able to put the groove in, make the box lid, excuse me, with the glass. I may just make that off camera. It's going to be real thin. It's only going to be like an inch or so tall. It won't be dovetail joinery, because if I do, I'm going to have to hand cut it, and I don't want to bore you guys watching me hand cut dovetails. But I may just do a 45-degree miter with a spline in it, out of black walnut, to kind of tie the outside to the inside. But yeah, so next week we should be able to get this done, and then we'll make a quilt rack or a ladder for a quilt rack or a ladder for Lucifer. There we go. So that'll be a quick, easy build, and I'm gonna try to do all the cutting off camera, so that we just have a day of kind of quiet. We can disassemble stuff and work with our hands, or you guys can watch me work. You don't have to keep turning the volume off or whatever. So, but I appreciate everybody coming in. Thank you for hanging out with me for some of you 5 hours. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to try to put out a video here later this week. Hopefully something with a little better editing quality. And if not, we will see you. Oh, Janelle, do you want me to take you off a mod, or are you good just hanging out? But we'll see you all next Saturday at the latest. Every Saturday about 2 o'clock Eastern, I go live and just build something. Thanks. All right, Janelle, I'll take care of that for you. There you go. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I'm gonna, as soon as these comments load up on the camera on the live, I'm gonna go through and check everybody out. So we'll see y'all later. Have a great night.